Hey everyone. Are we live? Are we here? Welcome in, people, one and all. We're here to draw and paint. Mostly plants and foliage. Okay. How y'all doing? So happy to see you, people. Hear you loud and clear. Welcome in, greatest plan. So happy to see ya. Let me lower that music. Actually, the music is fine. It's just I gotta shift it up. So we're about to begin. Thank you so much, Librorio Conti, a good musician with piano. I'm doing more doodly, actually. I'm doing backgrounds for once. Oh, you're tackling the big monster. Oof. I wish you well. My god, I know that it ain't easy. Let's turn this up. There we go. Shift mood. Let's take that away. Just about there. Hello! Here I am. Hello, disappointed cowboy. Welcome, welcome. Alright. Let me turn it on. I forgot to turn it on. It's him! Yeah! Also, hello Cam Doodles and Ditzy Pondman. Thank you so much for joining me back in the screen. Oh, yep. Okay, goodbye cowboy. Have a good one. Yep, then he's dead. I he died it again. That is so crazy. Why? Why does he just die? Welcome, welcome people. How are you? No, not the cowboy, not the cowboy has died. No! Oh goodness, today's gonna be a little bit of a funny experiment, because I haven't practiced plants in a long time. Yep, 07 for the cowboy. We hardly knew him. So, I've been looking at some plant making tutorials. It could be like grass, it could be foliage, branches. And I found some ideas for, you know, sure, we can make them. But at the same time, we all require references. So I went ahead and in my walk this morning, I had a morning walk and I took some pictures, actually. Took some pictures where, you know, I jumped into a car and my friends took me into a faraway place and I started to grab a few images with my phone. I'm gonna start putting them on screen so that way y'all can see that references are anywhere. Because today was all about foliage and plants, every little plant that I saw, start to take pictures of it just so we can have some references, whether it be flowers, whether it be leaves, anything that was unique and in between, and start putting them on screen. We can start gathering some thoughts. At first I began with a few leaves. Then I started to find some flowers too, and I started to add them into the collection. I figured that it would be pretty cool to have a variation on both. Copy image, paste. And it's not like when you actually paint these, you're going to do every single detail all the time. For the most part, when it comes to painting and making all sorts of foliage, it usually something that you focus on the general, not just the individual. It's still good to sort of know the patterns, because that way you get to play with them, and even though you might not draw all the details, you draw the most important ones, or at least the reoccurring patterns of nature. And then when you got that down, anything is possible. I didn't realize how many pictures I actually took. And files are sent to my phone, and now I gotta put it together. Be right back, gang. Okie dokie. I'm pretty much doing the same. Tossing all the data from the phone right to the screen. Into your irises. Sure, I took some references from leaves and such. Even a little bit of that grass in the background and the floor. There's so much variety of them. Whether it be living or dry. But also, I took some bark and some twisted woods. Mainly because I figured that the leaves obviously are just one part of the equation, but when it comes to the trees, it's art themselves. The way they split and bend and root. Very useful to know too. Let's put it all high up there. This really feels like something I would make with my brush. Just so nice, twisty, viney roots. Like, this is sort of what I always like to do. Just these bendy things. It comes natural once you get used to it. I found this pattern of the flower very beautiful. Like, look at this. It doesn't have any flowers yet, because it's barely blooming, but you can still see the division of the branches. This is essentially how all plants divide themselves into multiple ones, and this is just by a microcosm of it all. And when it blooms, obviously this makes this wonderful carpet. It's very pretty. And you still have like these shoots coming up. They divide into this and then into that. It's wonderful. Absolutely beautiful. And so we're going to be taking inspiration from all of that. And again, we don't have to give all of these details, every single one of them, but it's good still to understand how each plant is constructed, or at least how it patterns off. So that way we can sort of imitate it. I'm gonna group all these. I was also looking at some tutorials, right? Oh, where is it? There it is. I was looking at some tutorials, and some of them gave the advice of when you're making plants, or at least some type of plant, what you can do is that you can start making the leaves separate. Preferably like in the pattern shape that you want, right? And then you start making the branches. And you make them like a sort of Y shape, because sure, there is this that you can just do that. But it's a little bit more organic for some branches to go like this and then split off like this. It's a little bit more natural. Oops, sorry. There we go. See? It's like this Y shape going from the flat side. But then there are some like trees that are more like this. But of course, when it comes to these, and if they're trees, it goes from a little bit thick to thin. And from the bottom here, it starts to subdivide. One of the tutorials described it as tickling the canvas, because she was using paints, acrylics mostly. So it's important to not always like destroy the paper with the brush. Just don't let it hit the metal and make the organic flow of it continue. And of course, all of this changes depending on the brush. Because I can be painting like that with this very customized Japanese brush that I found. Or I could just grab oil paint. Like, it does have pen pressure, but... Huh, now that I think about it, this looks like a flower. You know, like if I make something like this and then I start putting in like the nectar part. And sure, we're doing the silhouettes first because we gotta get that nice plant look first, and then we can start experimenting with color, you know. Mainly values and color. Let's start off with a very dark green. I'm gonna be using, for now, this default oil paint brush. A little pointyism with this idea, but Let's see if I can keep it on the side of gravity. Because I was a little tempted to move it up like this. But it's a little bit strange that plants go against the flow. Unless they are like twisting vines, but that's completely different. I'm working from far away to make sure I don't get lost in the details, because that often is something that happens to me. If you can work from really far away and make it like a nice collection of plants and leaves, then you've sort of mastered that illusion. We can make it smaller and vary the lengths. Of course, every brush makes a different effect. Like, look at what I did with this brush versus what I did with this brush. You know, they're very different from each other. Especially when I start to add a little bit of more color to this. And not to say you gotta do every single leaf, but it helps to work in a few of the details, not all of them. The thing about this too is that I'm actually practicing in like a vector layer. So it's a lot different the way that the colors blend in a raster layer. So after this, I'm curious to try it out. I'm also fighting my perfectionism. So I also tend to want like everything to be making sense and that it's all nice and dandy. Yeah, this is kind of helping to cut me off from obsessing over these details. Pretty much working with plants is making it layered. Having that patience is man, having patience. Not to do every single leaf, but you know, to have enough. Put this always on top so I never lose you guys. And the chats. There we go. You should be visible now. Make the brush a little smaller. Why does this song remind me of pizza party at your house? Somebody else and everyone else. You're trying to be cool, you look like a fool to me. Tell me what I gotta do. You know? Oh my god. Oh man, no, hold on. The whole pizza party was like a parody. I forgot. Oops. Not zooming in. I'm sure it looks like a disaster if I close up. But I'm trying with this limited brush because it really is like overly solid to try and get like a sense of getting that foliage and layering it properly. Like if I do a good job with the normal brush, whoops. I think we can try with a different brush now. Let's see. I was curious about this gouache brush because it does give that nice pattern. But if I can use it for something specific, you know, like let's start by making a mess and then start filling the edges like this. See if I can make it smaller and get some extra foliage there. This is the gouache brush. I think it comes standard with the Clip Studio. It's almost like a spongy texture, which I want to carefully apply it everywhere. And of course you can rotate the camera and I think now we can start layering. At this point, I'm not too concerned where the light is coming from. Just want to try to make like this nice foliage. The thing also is that the brush looks very similar. Like you see it has like a bunch of dots on it. So I think varying the size can help us get different results. And different types of leaves. So, you know, I can make it small and it gives like this nice texture. Oh, I like that. And you can even tap, tap, tap to the corner, you know? And if you make it bigger, then you get like that overall nice texture. The good thing is that you still leave gaps for where the dark spots are. So it's not completely covered with like the leaves itself. Sometimes some of these brushes are very repetitive and you can get to know, but again, you can make it small and then cover it up a little. But it takes a lot of patience when it comes to plants, especially if you're making like something bigger and there's a lot of stuff in the foreground. It takes a while sometimes. That patience is always rewarded. That's why we're here. That's why we are artists. I'm back. I finished the video. Yo, then welcome. What video was it? And in this case, you probably can add some darkness, but not too much. A little bit at the top. I can tag you in a post with it if you want to see it. Sure. I mean, it depends. What's the video about? Is it like a tutorial? A bot got blocked on Twitter. Nice. So the blocked words did work. Because I was blocking a few things, right? Because the Twitter bots were getting crazy. Every time someone new was quote-unquote commenting, it was just a bot, right? So... oh, I'm so happy it works. Okay, so the border at this point was very vague, so... like, it is vague, but... looks good. There we go. Okay, so experiments let me know that this brush is pretty good, but I just need a lot of patience to get like all these nice individual strokes in. Oh, I got a notification from the greatest plan. I wonder what it be. You little silly Billy. What is this? Oh, I see. You got them sapphire eyes. Oh, Henry Stickmin. I see, I see. I see you're keeping posted. That's good. More posts, more cool stuff. More content out of your pocket. Oh yeah, I went a bit of an art rampage. That is never bad. Keep up doing that. It's really fun when you get to beat your... if anybody else does get it, you know, like a lot of writer's block or artist block, it's like, oh man, what am I gonna create? And it's like, no, sometimes you just get a burst of ideas and it's like, I'm just gonna keep creating. It's like, ah! I'm reintroducing some black. I mean, not, well, it's like a dark green, so that way I can get more textures. And playing with the negative and positive space gives you a lot of room to play. Because as you can see, I haven't defined each individual leaf, and on the darker side, I've left them mostly blank. So you don't really have to define that patch of grass. It's all there. The only thing you would have to define is anything that is real close by, you know? I already have way too many ideas. Yeah, same. I feel very similar. Oh wow, look at that. Yep, the Twitch bot got suspended, got blocked and reported. There you go. Irrelevant answers and posting links for Steamboat or whatever it is. Obvious bot. There you go. Eats leaves. No, do not eat the lettuce. No. But you see, kind of like this brush is pretty nice. And then when you come close, obviously, all you see are like these weird twists and turns. But it's fine because one of the things that I'm enjoying about Clip Studio is that no matter the brush, it gets to look almost like actual paint, and you can translate that onto here. And when you use the default texture brushes like this one, which is the gouache brush, on the thick paint panel in the brush tools, it does feel like actual paint, even the texture. It's like real nice. Also, hello Grim, how are you? The weird turns disappear when you zoom out. That's insane. Yeah. Yeah, you see, but now here you see all the texture and stuff. There's your cat in the box, yeah. Grim and Lum do this all the time. They're sillies. But yeah, when you zoom away, all those details go away and all you can see is just the basics. And in a way, you have to abuse this idea. The idea that zooming out, you see less of the details and the brain kind of fills in the rest. And that way you can cut corners without having to do much, you know? You can do a lot with little. At the same time, it's one of the things in composition where... And I learned this recently, like on Instagram videos and stuff, like you have a painting, right? And then you have like the valley and a bunch of plants and and a lot of foliage and crazy stuff, and maybe the sun, and maybe like there's a planet in the sky. There's a lot of elements, right? But in truth, you should make everything else blurry and only keep the focus right where you want it. Like, for example, this is much better because it's focusing on one element of the picture than having every detail of the picture defined, you know? Like, this is not good, rendering everything perfectly. Like, at times you just want to focus on one thing, right? So let's say I want the tree to be in focus, then everything else should be like a blur. And maybe you add a lot more details around the tree, like very close up foliage, or maybe like another element next to the tree, like a person, you know? Like a person is just resting. And they are kind of enjoying the sunset, and everything else is blurry or farther away. Like if you grab this piece of foliage here and make it into a hierarchy, well, it's a little bit farther away. And maybe you cut it off, like you cut off this thing here, make it a cliff, and then everything else here is like a valley. Now all you gotta do is blur all the other extra details that are not important. And then you have like a nice focus here, see? So you're kind of abusing this, you know? When you zoom in, there's all the little whatever brush strokes, and you're just like, oh, this looks like garbage. Where are the plants? I don't see like each individual petal or whatever. It's like, no, we're looking at it from far away. You don't need all the details, you know? Simple. Maybe we can do that for like the closer ones, you know, like in here, if this were to be very close, we could start to actually define this plant. Let's grab the same brush I used for this. Or, even a better idea, I'll grab a rasterized layer and clip it down to this vector layer. And I'm going to use a realistic watercolor brush. Let me see if it works with a different brush. No, it does work. I think it's just that this thing's being silly. Because rasterized brushes are very tricky when they go around with the other ones. I am the sleepy and it's chilly today. Oh yeah, me too. And I just ate a little bit of egg, like an egg medallion with bacon, a little bit of water, and you know, I'm getting the eeps. It's a very chill day. And we're doing plants and stuff, so take that as you will. Oh, actually, I ran out of water. Let me grab some more. I'll be right back. I just want to grab some water, some extra. And everybody else, you should hydrate too. So, just give me a second. Just give me a second. Let's behave. You can only behave. Forget who you are. You just be the have. Yeah. Gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna grab some water, cause I'm thirsty as a ball. I am thirsty, so thirsty for the walls. Bloody Mr. Brown. Bloody all around. Don't have to worry. Yo, anybody saw the movie Baby's Day Out or something? God, I grew up with that movie and it's so cool. Oh man, what a rush. I just thought of another idea that we could do after this, because I took a bunch of pictures, right, of different plants. We could try to imitate each individual plant. But first, let's try this. I love that movie. What a throwback. Yeah. God, it's been so long. Let's see. It seems that the realistic watercolor brush is not as effective as I would like. See the rough one. Okay, the rough one gives us some texture. We can start layering this texture little by little. It might be subtle at first, but I think it can start to build up the more we work with the tones. Got a nice texture too. If we can layer these textures, it could probably give us a nice look. We don't have to define every detail. But just enough. In a way, we're kind of working backwards if we make like the silhouette first, and then we start adding all the little details per leaf. It's not a bad way to go. Especially if you don't want to be super detailed. You can exclude some areas, so then you can start making forms within the shape, within the silhouette. Because what we did at first was to make like a mass, like a little stain, right? And then you start layering little dots, kind of pointillism, from big to small to tiny little individual leaves until you get like the texture around it and the little leaves, right? But in the opposite, you can do the individual leaves like that and then start coloring inside. And again, the same philosophy of simplistic rendering for these plants, for these leaves. Hello, Fruit Bat. Hello, Sky. How are you? Welcome, welcome. We're practicing some foliage, some plants, some fauna. I mean, flora. Fauna would be another day. Foliage, yes. Plants and stuff. I tried in the beginning like a little mass of bushes and then start doing a little pointillism with the thick gouache brush. Like over here you can see it, where is it? Watercolor? No. Oh yeah, here it is. On the thick paints, using the gouache brush, I did this one. You look at it closely, it looks like a mess, but from far away, you don't notice any of that. Just notice the shape of a bush. This one I tried with the oil paint brush, and as you can see, it just doesn't blend well. which goes to show that even the default brushes, you could use a default brush that is a little bit more textured, and you can blend stuff in. Whoa, the brush is so good. Thank you. You see? It's just that this brush is really good for it. Like, you start with mass, just a random mass, and then you start sprinkling in a few of the details. What you could do is also rotate the canvas. Right? You can rotate the canvas and then start doing it on the side. And then you start going a little smaller. Now you start going a little smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you can sprinkle the corners with that same texture. It depends on the brush. Each brush has its own texture and ideas. So you're manually painting and not using a custom one. Exactly. Because some people think that they need a custom one, but one of the problems with using a custom brush that is like a downloaded brush is that you don't get that personal touch, you know? You could make your own, but that's the thing, it's your own. And it's not a hard effect to do. As you can see, I'm just sprinkling in the details. And now let's go for the midtones, right? I'm just gonna grab a different color. No, not the flip. There you go. This one. Take these off. Brush. There we are. And then the same thing, from bigger to smaller, but this time with... Yeah, there we go. But this time with a different tone, right? It's the same process. Now we go a little smaller. But we also respect where the darkness is, so we don't put that many details here. And we can re-add some darkness here. But for the most part, this is pointillism. I'm tapping, tap, tap, tap. And now we go a little brighter. Not necessarily oversaturated, because remember, if you go up here, vertically up, it's way too saturated. You see, it's way too much. Look at that neon green. That's not natural. Neon doesn't occur naturally. So we go into a less saturated color, a little brighter, not too much. And then we can start lightly tapping. At this point, you can use smaller taps. But you can notice that the brush is repeating itself too much. You see, it's the same stroke, the same holes. And you can start to notice patterns because humans recognize a lot of patterns. So in order to combat this, you can keep doing this. It doesn't matter. But now what we're going to do is make the brush very small and start sprinkling in the individual leaves. Tap, 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 tap. Pointillism. A little bit here. A little bit there. Just so we can make each of the individual taps that we did at a bigger altitude a little bit more varied. Let's make it a little bigger. Not too big. Oh, I chose the wrong color again. And yeah, you can start doing patterns too. When you go outside and you look at the references for plants and leaves, like look at the ones that I took this morning. These are fresh. These are fresh leaves from this morning in my morning walk. It does hide the pattern a bit. Yeah, exactly. So that's how you use the brush. Yeah, and you don't have to use exactly the gouache brush. You can use any sort of different brush that gives you a nice texture. And you can play and blend with them, see? I mean, up close, you can notice these patterns. And all of these, like, veins from the leaves and stuff. But you don't need to make all of them. You just need the feel of it, you know? Like, if you squint your eyes, like, let's squint our eyes a little bit. You can sort of understand this pattern here. So I can grab the oil brush and start, like... You know, let's just grab this color and then just start sort of filling in what feels right for this. Then you start practicing what feels natural for this tree. So you'll make like, oh, this is like a bulky tree. It's like very round and stuff. So it's got like a bulbous trunk, and then everything else at the bottom kind of spins around it. It's kind of like a pirouette that it's doing with the roots. And this is one way that you can practice things. Again, these are plants and pictures that I took just this morning. Make the brush a little smaller and then do the smaller roots. How do they bend and twist? How do they curl up and help the bigger roots instead of just going crazy spiral randomly around? You know, they don't do this. No. They kind of go with the flow of the other roots, and they branch out from them and they complement them, trying to get as much of that nice rich soil as possible. And you notice that there's another trunk, so we make another one coming from the ground, coming from beneath the other ones, like another one growing from within. And then you can have these roots curl up around it. And maybe with a brighter color. You can have them piggyback. Into and around it. And as you can see that this tree also has a pattern, so you do like I mean, of course, this is all perspective stuff, so we're not gonna touch that, but you more or less get it, you know? Like, in a more appropriate one would be like making 4 shortened rings like that, and then again, this is more like an approximation kind of thing. It's like you grab the inspiration from the pictures, and then you start iterating from it and start creating from it. And then you can see the pattern of those leaves is kind of like a line and then whap, whap. You see? All you gotta do is find plants in your area and start trying to imitate the patterns. These ones end in kind of like a 3-prong thing, and then they bend into the next leaf. This leaf is composed out of multiple leaves. Like, I didn't know, like, I didn't notice this until just now that I'm doing this. And I'm noticing that it's got nice patterns, but it's like, oh, wait, this is one leaf united to another leaf, which composes the bigger leaf. And you can keep doing this for each individual one that I have here. Also, hello, Waffles and Lum. Rotate Canvas is my best friend. Sometimes I can't draw a line right until I move that page. Yep. Bending around the canvas is such a powerful tool, especially when the brush goes in a single direction, but when you rotate the canvas, it unlocks the ability to use it for everything else. Ooh, I've been trying to think how to do shirt patterns the way I want. I didn't even think about your brush making tutorial for it. Yeah. Yeah, because if you have a pattern that just repeats and it's not like this natural thing, then yeah, you can just make your own brush. And I already posted like a few tutorials on the Discord server that you can check out. Also, hello, Lum. You little cat in the box, you. I do a thing where I full color the thing and then I go back and switch the see the through select under the color boxes and get the spray paint and gently go over and the full to erase. Yeah, I sometimes go back and I grab that same pattern that I'm using and then just start deleting. Oh, that's not the brush I was using. Ha 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 ha. I was using the rough gouache. Oh no, wait. I was using the normal gouache. I'm so stupid. Yeah, there you go. The normal gouache. And then I was starting to erase a little bit like this. But not too much. Sometimes I like a little bit more solid pattern. So let's keep it dark and poking out like that. Yeah, so many hugs. I'm so happy. You see, we keep like these vague bulbs out by spreading more smaller strokes like that. See, same brush, just smaller strokes to give that illusion that there is more texture than what it is. Like very tiny brush, and then you can get into the smaller stuff. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We're trying to just fill in space for a farther off brush. And then you can just make a little bit of more spikes like that and make sure that they're all together. And we've seen plants. This whole thing where they do this and they keep together like that. Well, imagine that pattern but in a tiny form, you know. It's like the same idea. It doesn't need to be perfect, just convincing enough. And then you get to blend it with everything else using the right tone or color. And now we go back to the brighter color. You can also use a paler color to kind of signify a few aging leaves and stuff. You see, I'm going to go into the pattern of right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left in a few of these. Vaguely though, not like perfect. But it just goes to show like, it's now it's poking to the side. See, something like that. It's kind of like going in this direction instead of going straight down. We play in the direction of the foliage. These highlights kind of are good for making that illusion that there are individual leaves, but in reality, it's just a few taps on the screen. And all the other textures underneath, all that darker texture makes you force the brain to fill in the details, especially these on the corner. It gives enough information to the brain so it starts to just do it without you. See him from far away, all you see is, wow, look at all that, look at how much time it took to do this. And it's like, no, it didn't took any time at all. It's just an illusion. See, I'm just tapping the screen, tap, 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 tap. But more or less with the same idea of, oh, this is how plants develop. Let's grab that half-tone green and do it a little bit on the dark. A bit bigger brush to sprinkle in some patterns. And let's hide that hole again with a smaller brush tapping. Same thing with this. And maybe even a little dark again. Play with the positive space, play with the negative space, and you get something like this. Okay, very simple. I have a problem with over erasing. That's why I like the easy erasing thing with the spray paint. I mean, like something like this, like, because there is the feather brush that just erases things. Where is it? Oh, it's saving. Let's wait. Because there is the feather brush. If I hit C, there's like the invisible ink. So I can just erase a little bit like that, and it's subtle because it does keep a little bit of that texture. So it's a good way to erase. If you want to sort of be vague and keep the pattern over there, and it's like, oh yeah, it's there, there's still enough, and then you can just go back to the same texture and either fill it in or keep erasing with it so it feels natural, or you can fill it in with now that I think about it, if we zoom in, this looks like something that could be a scene, right? You have like the tree, and then you have the feather brush. We can put something on top, make it into an add glow thing, and then do something like that. Then do some God rays. A little more like this. Too much, too much. Wash brush for this. I don't know, something like that. You have a nice scene like this. Can you believe it's this tiny corner? Inspiration comes from anywhere. I use it for like stockings on legs. Oh yeah. The bush has a face. Internet dye is back. Okay. Love it. Oh, sorry, I forgot to check Twitch. Oh, that makes sense. It does hide the pattern a bit. Yeah. I am witnessing a master turn a real thing into art. I'm also drawing while watching you. Love it. Thank you. Aw. Much obliged. Very touched. But yeah, it's all adaptive, you know? As you can see, this is very simple. Of course, you can add more detail, but at least for the beginning stages, after this, all you have to do is add in more detail. Usually, a lot of the painting processes involve blocking out the important stuff, and then you can start adding a bit of the details to it. More definition and stuff. But often, if you're not careful, adding more details could sometimes hurt the art piece. So you gotta be very judicious on where do you want to put the detail and to what. Again, the idea of where is the focus and where should you add anything. Yeah, it's pretty nice. You see, for example, as to this, what I did was the silhouette, and then I can start adding in the the textures slowly and gently. On here, I'm using a rough wash realistic paintbrush, one of the default brushes that we have here. And I gave a little semitone to this, and this rough wash has a really nice texture, you see? This is the texture it has. And you can play around with this texture. It does look very vegetable, so we can use that to our advantage. We're not going to make this perfect either, because, you know, it's not meant to be a perfect thing. So we're just going to work from a little bit far away, not focus on the details, and then just start working through the patterns, as we have seen on our reference images. You see, a little suggestion here, and that's it. We're not going to make any more details. And then we move on to the next leaf. If it doesn't look right, you can just undo, try again. Try to imagine the middle of the plants so that you don't have, you see, so you don't have to make the dark line yourself, like the stem in the middle. If you can draw around it so it looks like you actually drew the stem but you didn't, that's pretty cool. There you go. See, I did not put the black in, but from far away, it does look like I did. We're fooling the eyes and working a little less every day. Doesn't have to look perfect, just convincing enough. I imagine a little fairy sitting in the lit up branch reading a book. Yeah, it does give that feeling, doesn't it? I always like the idea of recording my videos on VHS. It's easy. Just attach the laptop on the TV, then the TV to the VCR, and then put an empty tape, and my tape only has one port. Ah, man. So you can't do the full thing? Aw. Although, what if you find some sort of dongle? You know, you can add more ports. Like a port hub. So that way, it's kind of like what I have. I have a port hub where I can have multiple USBs connected. I have two. So because freaking, I have like my mouse, my keyboard, my microphones, I got so many things connected to, so this stream can function, right? So I had to go out and buy like an adapter so I can have more USBs connected. So from one, I get multiple inputs. It's a little annoying, but, you know, it's a little bit of cable management too, but it's worth it. Not sure if it will work with analog, but I'll figure it out. I'm sure you will. You're the expert here. But yeah, if you only have one port, then there might be a need for something that gives you more ports, obviously. But instead of changing the entire hardware, check out if there's something that can just give you more ports with one. For the price of one, you get... tacos! A little bit of green on that stem. It's not quite a trunk itself. Little nice highlight there. Okay, so I might need to bend the canvas so that way all my end strokes align together. That's a little better. Again, we need to make sure they align so it feels a little more natural. And also the nature of the lines make the illusion of three-dimensionality as well. So it's a good thing to practice too. Once we get to that part, I think it's like either volume or construction. One of the two. I think it will be when we tackle on the tutorial solid drawing. Oh yeah, form, it's form. When we tackle form completely, then we will go into the topic of how lines suggest three-dimensionality in topography. It's not the same thing to make a straight line. Not the same thing to make a straight line. Well, as straight as possible, right? Then to do one that conforms to a curve. That makes it feel that there's an actual bump there. You see? A little bump. And if there's another one next to it, it becomes a little smaller. It's like, oh, okay, so the slope is... then the more it falls away, the bigger it becomes. So it kind of gives you this sense that there is an object, like an invisible thing. And you don't really have to think about it, right? So every time that I make a stroke, I try to imagine, is the leaf curved? Oh, so I make the stroke a little bit more bendy. So it kind of fits that same narrative. Let's blend those strokes a little. It feels less slashy, but yeah, you see, it's something like that. Even though the strokes are just tones of colors, they're not flat because I make sure to bend them. The feels that they are bending. Let's try a little bit of a brighter color, but this time less saturated. And we're gonna put it at the corners of the plant, so it feels as if the plant is showing a little bit of age, but it's still very fresh. Those little subtle highlights help a lot with these kinds of leaves. All kinds of leaves, actually. So now we have the basic pattern, and now we're gonna a bit of more subtlety. Well, the subtlety is the mid-tone that we did at first. Now we're gonna go a little bit highlights in your face. Less suggestive, more direct to the actual bending of them. And the patterns. And all the nice stuff. With a little bit of nice highlights, we get a little more. We get a little more out of that plant. Very subtle lines in the corners and in the sides. Nothing major, nothing divine. Just a little line here and there to make the illusion we worked really hard. But in reality, it was kinda easy and kinda quick too. We did not work very hard, but we thought about it for a while. We did our best and we did our most, and we came up with something good. Here are plants that we have conjured with a little bit of finesse. And it all just came from a bunch of pics that you took in our morning walk. It's a possible, what a thought. This is a little bit of a cheat because I've already seen plants underneath, and some of the plants underneath are kind of like cups that are holding something. You know, like you have the leaf as seen from above, and then some plants have like the middle be like, you know, like a butler holding a plate. It will hold it like that. And then you have the plate or whatever. So I can just go from beneath and curve it upwards like that. But that's maybe because I've seen how plants do that. And I've touched them too, so it feels more natural too. Oh, I think I made a mistake on these ones. You see how the pattern goes backwards? Okay, so let's see if we can fix that. Let's fix these leaves. Yeah, the pattern was wrong on these. So let's start again from scratch. First, we put a little subtle green there. Next, we grab a little bit of a mid-tone and we start adding the patterns. Now this time, I'm gonna try and do the pattern properly. A bit of a thicker brush. This is so beautiful. Wow. Oh, thank you. To be honest, I was not only using references from pictures that I took out this morning, but I was also watching a few tutorials on YouTube to do this. So in a way, it's a mixture of I investigated and studied a little, and also I observed actual plants that I have on my neighborhood. So, you know, anything is possible. Just keep practicing. And appreciate what you got around you. You don't know from where you'll get inspiration. Or will you find the next reference that will make something good. And then we get the slightly brighter but still saturated color, and now we go for like the highlights that we were doing. From beneath, the track goes like that, and it starts to branch out with this beautiful nice swish, a little, not too big of a brush though. It depends on the brightness of what's hitting the plant. Sometimes it's better to leave it a little dark like this and not to highlight it too much. Or at least not yet, until it all goes a little higher. Let's highlight this plant to separate it from the others and use that little cheat code. A little highlight, nothing major. And then we combine all of it with the same line. Maybe a little bigger of a brush to blend it all. So don't try to make the central line with that bigger brush. It's just gonna look muddy. So let's make it smaller, and then with a little bit of more pressure we can combine it and make a stronger central line. Again, don't make all the details, just enough that it feels natural, and then move on. I think that's enough. I think that's enough for that one, right? Again, there's a lot of things going on, but we don't notice it until we zoom in and we see all the details, all the mishaps. You see how this doesn't connect to the top here? Well, from far away, it didn't matter. You didn't even notice. If anything, it will probably help to the contour of some of these. See, from close by, it looks like a mess. But from far away, yeah, this is good. These are some of the best leaves I've ever done, actually. Very happy with it. Same with these bushes. This is a really good practice, actually. I'm happy with it. Now, what I want to do, let's move all of this, hide it all. Let's grab some of these, right? Let's try to practice this. Copy. Paste. This one has a lot more earthy tones, right? But it's a very nice grouping of plants. It does follow more the whole aesthetic of the golden ratio, right? Like, it splits from the middle, it has like a little bit of space, but then it has like this nice and uniform. Yeah, it is a spiral if you look at it from the front, but, you know, we're seeing it from the side, so we get like this very nice letter view. So let's see if we can think about it. How do we start doing this? Well, I'm gonna grab the darkest color that I can imagine. I'm not gonna color pick it. I could color pick it. But let's try to actually make it by hand. It's a little desaturated, but let's exaggerate it a little darker. Now you see, this is a little bit of a far more darker green. It's more saturated. See, now we get to play around with either color saturation, which saturation makes it like this, to this. Brightness makes it up to here. Saturation. Brightness. We already got the hue, which is like the circle. But we're not talking about the hue. We're now talking about like this particular green. If we want to go from this green to this green. Oh, the hue did change a little though. Look at the differences. The hue shifts more yellow instead of blue. I thought it was blue because this one over here does go blue. But it seems that this one, it borderlines mostly a majority to yellow. Yellow and oranges and stuff. But then the leaves go into a much more colder color. So it's an interesting combination. We got blue leaves and like red orange fruitage here. Beautiful combination. So let's imagine, let's just exaggerate and grab like this orange. And then this leafy green is like a mint. Let's go down here a little bit greener and then we can combine it. Look at this nice combination of colors. And then let's go a little bit green but desaturated here. And we get like this contrasting green in between. So now we get sort of like an interesting palette to go by. Of course, the darker thing here will be like a brown. Too saturated. Let's go desaturated brown. Still dark, but it's still a nice contrast. This is a really cool palette. Although for this one, we can go more turquoise. And a little bit either brighter or darker. Let's go brighter. It depends which one. I think I want the orange to be the main one, so let's desaturate this blue a little. A little more brightness. Yeah, this can work. Like if we were going to make like a nice palette, this would be nice. And this one a little bit more saturated, so it pops from the rest. A little less. Brighter. There we go. You see, it's pretty much how you start to sort of color pick and iterate, because yeah, sure, we can use literally this, but we can also extract it and do our own nice little palette here. So in order to get from here, this is where we were, to here, we now studied that we gotta go a little bit more orange. This is like an olive green, so it's still in the green area. saturated. This is very saturated. It's still pretty dark. So maybe something like this. Darker. We're close. Yellower. Jackpot. And you might think that there is a little difference from this, but no, if you look real closely, there is a difference. This one's very much yellower. This one's a little brighter. Oops, no, not this one, this one. You get to see the difference, the contrast here. It's very subtle, but there is one. Control-Shift-I, delete. Oh. Let's take all the painting away. There we go. So we got an interesting palette that I like. We can play with that. We don't need to be super specific. Oh, look. I had an orange right here. I didn't notice. Alright, so how to do? Sorry, I was having a pear. Right, let's see. So, something that I noticed is that these sort of bloom from each other. Let's turn it around for a second. Doesn't this look like it branches and then there's like a little knot here at the ending? And then it branches a lot to the side, and then it just keeps going like this. It does the same. And then it goes on again. This time smaller. Which has like little tiny arms like that. Like, it's kind of like that, isn't it? Like, I'm trying to get the general gist of it before I start to fully go on. And each of these tiny branches, they split out. And this is where they start to form their thing. But how many are there? Like one, It's almost like a zigzag, so it's not like a random thing. What we can do is, like the same advice that I found today on one of the tutorials. We do the leaves first, and then we do like the branches that go onto it. Because these branches kind of bend and curve. It's kind of like a thing like that. Sort of like that, you know? So we keep that pattern in mind. At the same time, it's got like the leaves. Goes by like that. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong buttons. That explains. I'm like, why doesn't it work? Because I was being silly. Okay, sort of get the general idea of this. So now I'm gonna grab, at least starting from here. Let's go again all the way to yellow. Like super saturated. Oh, it's saving. Well, in the meantime, as well, drink water. Interesting enough, I see that some of these shoots are pointing up. Like, if I go like that, and some of them are doing that, some of them are going down, but... But they're also going down like this. This is a strange configuration, but it's fascinating. Trying to get that nice pattern on my own interpretation of it. Are there more than one? No, I think it's like one leaf per division, right? And you have like smaller ones here. The older they are, the bigger the leaf, it seems. The sun is warming up, minion. It's good when some things overlap. Makes it seem less of a graphic design thing. Okay, so now that we have like the bigger strokes, let's go into the details. This time I will zoom in a little. Yeah, how are the connections? I assume they, yeah, they are smooth. Because I don't know if I should make them like this, like textured, or if I should just make them like simple like that. But I guess they are just pretty simple. Not too thick, too big. Yep, yep. Connect these. Connect those. Wow, it's starting to look a little bit more organic, actually. It really is a good idea to just divide. You know, even though it might look like they're floating, once you start connecting them, it looks natural. I like it. There we go. I'm on a raster layer that explains why I can't manipulate the lines. Which is sad. It saddens me. we are. Now let's make a raster layer and clip that to it. And let's go first for these. We can see they have indeed a pattern. So let's first give them a little bit of a darker tone. I'm still going to use this rough wash and have more texture on each seed. Again, a little bit of texture here. Oh. There we go. Bring it. Picking the wrong button. There we go. Just wanted to make the thing smaller. Now that I think about it, this brush has a very nice painterly texture to it. Like, it feels that it's like watercolor or something. I really like it. Man, I keep dozing off. Dozy dough. It's just a very nice afternoon. What better way to spend it than drawing and almost falling asleep? It happens all the time. But it's okay, I'm fighting it. I'm fighting the spirit of the ip. The spirit that makes you want to Hungshua. I cannot brain what I am drawing. What are you drawing? Oopsie, never came back. It's okay, Ditzy. How are you? Oh, welcome back. How was the detox? Was it good? If you must know, I'm trying to imitate this plant, right? This collection of seeds and the arrangement of it. I started to do like a practice run on how the structure is and how does it work, blah blah. I ended up forgetting about it and started playing Minecraft 10 minutes in. Yeah. Meditation takes a lot of concentration. Someone asked for Stixona reference of us. I'm trying to do just that. Awesome! Yeah, that's pretty good. Your character's pretty nice, so yeah, it does deserve a little bit of a reference. That's a beautiful plan. Thank you. I went on a walk this morning and took that picture along with a bunch of others, and now, as part of the practice that we're doing today of all the plants, I'm trying to imitate them. With as minimal custom brushes as possible, I'm using as default brushes as I can. So that way people can know it's like, oh, I can just do it myself. Because relying on brushes is not bad, it's just that sometimes you can solve things on your own and you don't... If anything, using custom brushes can make things messy sometimes. Unless you make your own, and that way you know how to use it properly. And now, for our feature presentation, I'm going to grab a much brighter... That very saturated ochre. So let's get some of those dark areas. This is a hard plant to draw, indeed. And it looks pretty simple once you get the structure done. But then the rest is sort of like you planning out where everything is. And we're not gonna focus way too much on being extremely perfect. I'm kind of like throwing it out there, all the messiness of it. Because what matters is to convey the feeling that, oh yeah, that's a plant that exists. Oop, I dozed off again. My bad. My bad. Yeah. Either that or I'm just fighting to procrastinate. I do not want to procrastinate. Because it's one of those situations where it's like, oh, but you don't fall asleep while you play video games. So at one point I go like, yeah, what? Why? What is happening? It's not that I don't like drawing either, so why? Man. But okay, I got it. Just gotta lock in. I'm curious about something though. Let me see. I think there was a custom brush that I had. Actually, can I try the dry gouache? No, the dry gouache. No. Thin gouache? No. What was this again? Oh, that's my signature brush. Literally signature brush. There's like a patch of grass that I made. The wisteria thing. Go to India ink. Okay, so this might work. This splattering brush. Let's make the particles a little smaller. Bigger. Let's make them scattered. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's a little better. This is the darker bleed brush. It's on the India ink section. I don't know if it... I think it's a default brush. But it's good for our purposes. Like, all we need are just these nice spots. Again, if you don't find good custom brushes, you can just make your own. But I think the default ones, if you understand how to play with them, they can give you some good stuff like this. Where you just keep going for very little effort. But still be able to choose where you want the detail to be in. With enough expertise and know-how and testing. Oh yeah, this is a lot better. And now for a brighter color. Similar to the plants, provides more that highlight. Yo, welcome in, Bunny God Jib. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Welcome to the show. We're just practicing a little bit of plant life and foliage. We did a few exercises before, but now we're trying to do something new. You could just say Bunny God, it's okay, lol. Okay. Just making sure. But how are you? I don't think I've ever seen you. I'm so happy to meet you. We're just vibing. Alright, so we got the general gist of the seeds. Again, it doesn't have to be super specific. We can just move on to the leaves now. Or to at least make the stem a little bit more defined. As you can see, it does sometimes have a little bit of wrinkles. Not necessarily wrinkles, it's just more like where the fibers move and stuff, you know? I love drawing plants, probably what I'm best at, but I'm trying to draw new stuff. Ooh, like what? Are you trying architecture, characters? Like what else are you going for? That's interesting. I usually do find natural textures a lot easier for me too. What was I using here? I'm gonna use the transparent watercolor for this one. But yeah, there was a necessity for me to start learning a little bit more again on how to do plants. So I was starting to practice a little more of that. Oh, now that I notice, this central line is a lot thinner. But it's vector. It's not a vector layer. So I cannot change the thickness of this stem. What I can try to do is reduce it with the eraser. It's a little bit of a hassle though. And again, this plant need not be that thick. There we go. Whoops. Let's see. Characters, people, is some I'm too scared of. I'm just trying to get better with architecture and objects. Oh. But I'm sure you can make good success and progress with characters. Although I do admit that character design in and of itself, it can be a little hard, but I'm rooting for you. That sounds pretty good. Still really happy that you're still practicing stuff. Recently I was studying how to draw architecture, and man, it is not my strong suit. But I've been trying. It's still one of those things where you can picture yourself and make out the goal and do it. So far, I think it's been a success. Even though it's been very, very slow progress, but, you know, I'm happy where I am at. But there could be better, you know. Always excited to improve. Woo! Yo, Honey God, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Or following. I don't know which one. Yeah, I'm definitely not the best, but better than people, so. Yeah. But one day. One day you will succeed. I mean, it also depends on what it is that you want to do, right? Because if you want to do a comic, then yeah, it makes logical sense that you would want to make characters better. But if that's not your forte, if what you want is just to do backgrounds and stuff, like landscaping, then yeah, it makes sense. Oh, yo, JJ, welcome, welcome. So you made it home just now? Awesome, welcome. I'm just chilling, drawing some plants, trying to improve. Hello. Yeah, I got to watch the live today. Woo! You came in just in time. Also to introduce Bunny God, brand new person. Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi! Hello! How are you doing? What are you doing here, you silly Billy? Yo! Awesome! Hi! Did you just finish streaming or something? I'm watching you is what I'm doing. Yo! Nice! I'm gonna design my scouts. I don't know what's actually called in English, but it's similar. Shirt. Your scout shirt? Nah, no stream today. I've been running around doing errands. Yo, awesome. Oh man, then you might like to tune in. We're just relaxing, vibing. Nothing bad's going on, and we're just learning new things all together. So grab a snack, relax, and just join in on the artistic flows. This is the Vibe 2.475, reporting to you live. Every new plant and slow, soothing sinew. How may I be of service today? I'm just trying to make plants today. Let's go, vibes, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to take pictures that I took this morning, right? You see? And I'm trying to imitate this plant, so I did a few studies here and there, and this is what we did before, actually. Now that there are new people here, let me show you what I did before. So, at first I tried to make this with the normal oil paintbrush, which, you know, it's not the best. It doesn't blend with anything. It's just a straight up perfect line. But it was good practice, right? Because you zoom out and you get to see sort of the contours. You get the idea. So then I tried to use the gouache brush. And with the gouache brush, you can see that the textures look silly and funny, right? But the more you zoom out, the more you realize, oh, it doesn't look that bad, actually. If anything, it's well blended. But those are just the special effects depending on the brush that you're using. So I tried it again, but with this time a little bit more vibrant colors, right? And I wanted to try something, so I erased a little bit of it, and then when I zoomed in, I had some ideas, and I started to render this square only, and it started to look pretty good. Hey, those all look really good, to be honest. Thank you. Yeah, you know, just trying some new stuff. Indeed, it was better than the first time I tried. So these have been some of the few ones that I did. The lighting is so good. Thank you. I love to do lighting, see, with the God rays and everything. Because I erased it, and then I'm like, hold on, let me see if I put like a stick here, a stick there, and put some a layer in the form of, what was it? Add glow. Yeah, with the blending mode, add glow. See? And the little stick. And then a little bit of light, and voila. Feather brush all the way. It could use some sparkles, by the way. But, you know, I digress. And so we were talking about the focus of a piece, like how you don't necessarily need to do all the details of a leaf to feign detail. Sometimes what you want is suggested detail, kind of like this picture. It's all blurry except for the main focus, which would be like a person sitting under a tree. So everything else is like suggested detail, kind of like this. while something more in the foreground could be something more like this. What I did first was a silhouette like this with one of the brushes. And then after I did the silhouette, I started to layer by layer, adding more and more colors, along with the pattern that befits the curvature of the leaf. You know, it's kind of like this exercise where you make a line and curve it. And then if you keep curving them, you can make like a suggested image. Like, imagine this wasn't here. Doesn't it feel like the object is still like underneath a rug or something? So I made like a line here so you can sort of see what I was talking about, like, you know. Especially if you add like a shadow. If you add a shadow, it does feel 3D, like there's something there, right? So similarly, as you render the leaf veins, you do it in the direction that the leaf is bending. And so it simulates that there is more solid there, you know? So there's like that illusion of curvature. And even when you zoom in, it's kind of like, oh, this is a mess. It makes no sense. What are we talking about? Rawr. But then you zoom out and, again, it's all an illusion. And some of the leaves can be left in black, you know? It gives that illusion of depth as well. Very high contrast. Very Caravaggio. And so we were also doing a comparison, like this sort of twig versus something more like this, like a Y shape. This is what I learned in one of the tutorials that I was watching, in that you first make the leaves and then you connect them using like these sort of arrangement lines, like you foot, foot, foot. You see, depending on the pattern of the leaf that you're doing, depending on what you're going to do, because as you see, there are some patterns here that go like dripping down, and some of them are for highlights, some of them are for, you see, this dark side here. I've made a few dents, so it feels as if it was poking out, but I didn't do it here. Because I don't need to do it everywhere, it's just where it needs to be is to sell the illusion. And, yeah. What I was doing now is that this morning I was walking, right? In the neighborhood, I got in a car with my friends and then we drove. And then we were just walking around and then I found these leaves and these plants. And I found all these nice textures. Look at this bark. Like, you get to see that organic pattern and you kind of get it to memorize in your hand because organic patterns are so freeing. There's very little structure, except for that nice structure underneath. Oh, I'm weird. I love drawing bark. No, drawing bark is so good. I still need to practice a lot, you know, depending on the tree. Also, look at this flowerless bunch of stems. Look at the nice Y patterns that grow from each Y. It's like the letter Y, but stuck on each other. It's real nice. And when they bloom, obviously, it looks like that. But I was curious because I didn't saw any on this nice pattern, so it made me think they either fall off or they haven't bloomed yet. Either way, I loved it. And I also looked up the way that these trees grow, so you can know how they bend and twist. It's not a very stern letter Y, it's a very twisty, bendy Y. Similar with this one. We were talking and I was doing this exercise in the corner here, where I did like a mass, and then I noted how the roots, if you squint, you don't see all the details, but you get the main movement of each individual root, that they bend and twist and hug each other, and then like this nice blast of green at the top and the patterns in the middle of the trunk. It's so mesmerizing, man. And how it's so different from the patterns of these clovers that I found, like this nice carpet of clovers. And then there's the one that we are drawing, which is like this staircase of seed pods, where it's like kind of like the golden ratio but spread out. It's really sweet. Similarly, I found like dead leaves, little flowers that haven't bloomed yet, the veins of this leaf, which is like kind of like a composite leaf of multiple leaves. It's a weird shape. And then there's this one. And indeed, I had a lot of fun today. Look at the difference between this one and this one. One's very matte, the other one's super glossy. Like, what the heck? It's so shiny. I love it. So when you see the variety of plants and how they swivel and how some don't and how some split into multiple ones, you kind of get the gist of a few things. Like, this leaf is very blue combined with the very orangey greens of this stem in the middle. So when I was imitating that one, I took like a nice combination of colors, making them myself, and I realized that the leaves were very blue, the middle was very orange and yellow. So I'm going to do that here once I start coloring the leaves, which we can do that now. Oh, but first, I was going to do something with the stem. Yeah, because the stem have like these really nice patterns that I wanted to imitate here. But first I need the right brush. I was going for transparent watercolor, so it helps me blend in things very well, but now I gotta be careful. Too bright, a little darker. Much better. And now we can have a secondary color. Let's grab that yellowish turquoise. Let's make it less saturated. So we have like this nice blue. So we can put like a darker base. And in the darker base, yeah, something like that. Let's split up the dark colors like this. And then pass a nice blue tinge, leaving the darker side at the bottom and keeping these nice rows of dark that goes up the leaf, up the stem. Let's make the rest of this dark. Maybe with a little hint of yellow too. Then we smooth it out. The leaves will be similar. The nice blue combo. Although the leaves will be the ones that stay this blue, while the stem can go a little bit more yellow, as you can see in the original reference image. You see, as I brighten it, I keep some of these nice splotches here. So it does make it feel like it has some patterns. But though I'm noticing that the leaves in the reference don't have that many patterns of contrast. But they do have like this very pale blue texture, but it's a very dry one. So I think what we can do is find maybe the gouache brushes again, and maybe sprinkle in that dryness on top. Well, it's still pretty thick and yeah, let's try this one, a drier one. Nope. Whoops. Nope. These are all my custom brushes. Let's try then the India ink. Where is it? The rough brush? Oh yeah, that will do. Yo, Forgotten Toast, welcome! How are you? Been a while! Whoa, whoa indeed! And I think that now that we have like this nice... Well, okay, let's go back. Because I realize that I should add the yellow bits first. Yellower in color, and then I can add that blue tint to it. Let's go into the watercolor thing again. I'm good. I got weird work hours at the moment. Yo. You may have got weird work hours, but you made it just in time. And so I welcome you to the Silly Show. The show where we're all silly. Yeah, a little bit of yellow, and then we can start doing the whole India rough. And now we can start doing with a smaller, same brush, but now with the smaller strokes. Oh, just in time, lol. Eating some food before shift starts. Oh, nice. Good, good. Nutrition, important before work. Excuse me. But yeah, super nice to see you, man. Even if it is for work again. You're coming back to work again, but first you gotta have some fun with us. Woo! You gotta have some fun with us before you leave forever. Until next time, though. Do, so not forever. I lied. Yes. Do. So not forever. Whoa. Okay, I'll be back. I really should do my schoolwork. I've been procrastinated. Yep, you should. This stream is usually one of those streams that I like to do so people do their work. So yeah, work alongside us. It's gonna be good. How do I make this texture though? Because I think that it's too invasive, I think. I could try the watercolor on this. Yeah, there we go. So they got a little bit of yellow, but they also got like that whitening pattern. I don't know what it is, but I think this works a little better. It's my life, it's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. Oh, 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 oh. It's my life and your life and my life. Yeah, sometimes I gotta go the graphic design route and just use very simple decorations rather than trying to imitate the pattern perfectly. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we are. See? We sorta got to imitate this plant. And I think it now can join the rest of the ones that we were making, which are over here. Look at this nice spectrum of color. Nice. So we got a little bit more of a very saturated greens here, and then a very subtle green at the bottom here. I mean at the top here. Top, bottom, here, there, left, right, up, down. It does get the job done, and even then it's very simplistic. Let's see what else we got. Oh, in the meantime, don't forget to refill your water. We all should hydrate. Ah, delicious. Hold on just a second. I'll be right back. I gotta refill my cup. I'll be right back. Don't worry, sir. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get up and down because I just love you. Get up, drink up some water. Alexander. Whoa. There is no matter that I cannot win. Wow. Okay, I'm back. You see, that wasn't so hard. That was crazy. And we're gonna be the best at what we do. Nothing can deny everything we got going for us. This is the 24th century. Ow! Oh, sorry. My microphone fell. And now I cannot know where it's going. Alright, let me tighten up these bolts so the thing doesn't fall. I think I have to start putting something. Hold on. I have these. I have this nice little tube thing. Yes, I got the tube. The YouTube. Yeah. I got a paper towel roll. So if I cut it, put it down the middle, and I put it right underneath the thing, like this, it might make the microphone not hit itself so hard if it ever falls down again, right? Come on. Get in there. Okay, and now bend it around like that. So let's see if I untwist it a little and let it fall. Does it? Okay, yeah, it's less extreme. It's a lot less. It's a lot less crazy. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's keep going. Okay, so I wanted to try some flowers. So we got this nice old tall glass of water. But I'm also going to grab this. And I'm gonna use them. Like, how do I imitate these flowers? I assume let's go with the oil brush, mainly to erase all of this. Give myself some room to breathe. And then give myself some room to breathe here. Well, actually, this part of the info is important because it's showing me where does the stem go, and I can see it's like surrounded by leaves here. And then we can do something like this. It's nice arrangement of them. So I'm done drawing for today. Bye bye, dudes. Okay, Sky, have a good one. I'm so happy you could join and that you could draw. Oh, look at this nice thing at the background. So it is a stem that goes up with these in between blooms. So if we go something like this, or if you have pen pressure, you can perhaps go and then from here go. We got one. I'm noticing that these are very nice and round. Around and around they go. Let's make one that's looking right at us. Foreshortening for the win. Foreshortening for the win! Bring it up with each other, foreshortening's in the wind! Yeah! A leaf that's looking right at you is a wonderful leaf indeed. It seeks to know what is wrong, to fix the things that fly around. No secret is safe, no ground too steep. It does not reach the realms of possibility. Yeah! The fact that you're a superstar and I'm just a little tramp. I eat some spaghetti, offer you some, and you say, oh yeah, that's cool. And I'm like, yo, that's awesome. Ooga booga booga. So we got this pattern. So we got this pattern, and we know what's up. Too much of it's no coincidence. It's a pattern, it repeats. How much more do we have to see this? Like, sir, I understand you're crazy, but please consider that you're a superstar! And all I know, that my life is short and sweet. Unlike yours, that will legacy go on and on and on. 'Cause you're a superstar. That could be a song. I don't know. Yeah, so I'm gonna divide this because this is a different color, it's a different texture, and I don't wanna mess it up, and I don't wanna make it all round, around and around. So, rasterize layer. Clip that. And as you can see, these leaves are shiny. These are very saturated, unlike the other two we did. We did a very dark one, we did a little mute one that was very desaturated, but this one's neon, baby. This one's in the yellows too, like look at that. Like if we were to imitate yellower, oh geez, you... Oh, wow, it's right up there. It's got that direct sun power. So we can go crazy with this one, huh? Let's also grab that lime green, that beautiful lime green, but let's make that one a little bit, okay, saturated but darker, like that. And let's go check out the patterns. We got some nice white spots. So highlight, 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 highlight. The same thing here. As you can see, there's like that green line, and the rest is just this nice green. So let's start off with this bright-ish green. Yeah, flower got that sun spotlight. Heck yeah, dude. It's famous. It's a famous superstar plant. So it genuinely works for the song, yeah. I think next time I'm just gonna grab Chi-Chi's hair, that big fluff, and then I'm just gonna cover it in leaves. It's like a sheep, but cover the sheep in moss. Oh my god, that is such a cute concept. Hold on. Hold it, hold it. No, wait. Yeah. And so we got like little cute sheep. Just got a dumb idea. Could be a sheep owned by a druid or something. Could be a neat character concept. Yeah, exactly. And then we get like the freaking wash brush that we were doing. No, darker. It's like the wool has been taken over by the moss and the sheep just is not bothered at all. You're gonna have like a nice... Yeah, extra camouflage sheep. Okie dokie doos, I'm a bit tired today, so I'm heading to bed. Good night. Okay, JJ, I'm so happy that you got to see us here. Go to rest, have fun, sleep with sheep, and make sure that the sheep are not silly druids, because they get silly in the forest, and they take away all the snacks. You know, they're very silly. Yeah, rest up. Hope to see you soon. Goodbye. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep because she was a druid in the forest. Snacks? Yeah, the druids, they take away your snacks if you're not careful. Be careful. Bye-bye. Not my snacks. I know, right? It's crazy. So we get like... Again, like I said before, when you get like the same pattern for this gouache brush, you definitely can later on sprinkle in smaller versions of the brush to kind of break that monotonous pattern. Kind of like what I'm going to be doing here. I can just make it small and start putting some irregularities, right? So that way it feels more bushy. And similarly, we can do that with the leafier greens, especially because these patterns are sort of starting to repeat themselves a little more. So we can just start doing this, some detached foliage. We can make this look like earrings also. Little droplets. Kind of to highlight the head where it is. We're gonna add more shadow there. So that way we can make more illusions of mass of where the big foliage parts are. And similar here. You can just squiggle in some dark areas and then start to sprinkle in more foliage. Sprinkle in some darks, sprinkle in some lights. And then after that, we put in a little bit of brighter. It's good to have a nice highlight. It's a little bit less saturated, so it gives that nice peaceful tone. And in the dark, you can still do the same thing, but with the darker greens. Because they're hidden from the light. Same pattern though. Then final touch. And maybe even if it's a druid or knows a druid, then they would have had made like a little thing going on, you know? A nice little pattern here. I'm sorry, what was that? Let me see. It kind of reminds me of this Rune Factory game I used to play a lot of. There was this dungeon that was like a magic whale swimming in the air with the temple you're exploring on its back. Yeah, I was sort of imagining something similar. Like, also it's kind of like Torterra, you know? That one Pokemon with like turtle with the world tree on its back. Basically that too. Mm-hmm. Pretty much the same idea, yeah. I love it when there's mythical creatures like that with worlds on their backs and plants and stuff. It's so cool. And then it's very Shadow of the Colossus. You get to climb in and go check it out. Oh, it's so good. This one's for Chi-Chi. Let me take a screenshot and send it to her. She must be busy doing errands. And go to her thing. It's so cute. Gigi gives me inspiration. Where's the fan art, Chi-Chi? Okay, public stage, no. Where's the fan art? Marketplace, OC and lore, live stream. Art share unlimited, art share live. I can't find any fan art section on her thing. Okay, fine, it's going into art share unlimited. Chi-Chi came to visit my plant painting stream, so I give you green sheepy. There you go. It's official. It's on her thing. That's what you get, Chi-Chi, for being so silly. And now, as for you, my dear plant friend, this one's yellow. A little bit of yellow over here. And you are very yellow. I'm still going to make it a little greener. A little bit high up over here. So, this one's a little bit smoother, so I'm going to have the transparent watercolor brush. One of the first things I'm gonna do is to do it layer by layer like this. I gotta go. Be a responsible adult and work. Thanks for the stream. Hope you have a good day. My pleasure, Toast. I hope work doesn't destroy you. I'll see you another time. Have a good one. And now we continue. Where the plants go, where do they go indeed? Where do they maximize on the awesome that is Earth? For life is gotta be lived in this planet full of beauty. Oh, it's 4. Wow, we only got 1 hour left. Let's see if we can finish up this nice plant. Let's see. I upped it up for like this kind of green, so we can start off with that. We can start off with the green and then move on with the dark, and then move on with the green, and then with the dark, and then with the green, and then with the dark, and then with the green, and then with the dark, and then with the green, and then with the dark. Green, and then with the dark, and then with the green, and then with the dark, and then with the green, and then with the dark. It's all about the patterns, it's all about the movement. It's all about how it goes flow to flow. There we go. Okay, so playing around with the patterns got me interesting results. Yeah, that's a good thing about raster layers. Blending with the colors, it's very fascinating. Cut it in the middle like that. Just figured that I get the pattern and then I get like a nice contrast this way. Yeah, interesting. Now let's cut it off here so then we can make this middle leaf. Let's see if I can get that pattern going here too. Light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. From the back, light, dark, light, dark. I'm trying to not invade the other side though. Light, dark, light, dark. Okay, not bad. I like it. Now let's do the rest of the stem. Light? No. Let's go with this one first. Light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light. Light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light. light. I'm glad we had this conversation in English. Man, any of y'all seen The Last Samurai? It's one of my favorite movies, man. Keep thinking about it. Perfect. All perfect. Now for this one. Light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. Let's cut it in the middle. Let's try to follow that pattern on the other side. Lights, dark, and dark here too. Make it smaller because we're kind of bending around the leaf. So let's move it in. The dark. Let's make that a bit. And the light is bending. And then here it's a little bit more of a twist. Just like this. Twisted, twisted, twisted. Hey, I twist. Hey, baby, twist. Come on, baby. Just like this. Twisted, twisted, twisted. Bada bada wam bow wam bow wanna bow bow bow. Hey, twist. Twist again. Da, 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 da. Come on, let's twist again. Twisting time is here. And round and up and down and all again. Oh, baby, let me know. Oh, man, it's been years. And all and round and up and down and all again. Dark light, dark light, dark light, darker like a darker light, dark light, dark light. Is the pattern of the dark light, darker like that, darker like that, darker like that, darker like, darker like, darker like, darker like, dark. Might go watch the movie again. I let you know my enemy. Jolly good. There we go. Now. And all around and up and down and all again. summer. Oop. Is it a plane? No! Is it a twister? Yeah! On this one, I wanted to keep it very subtle, very suggestive. Just a few lines there. Maybe when it comes to this. Yeah, there you go. It's very simple. Same thing here. But this time, I feel that we can keep it only on one side, because this looks like a sideways leaf, right? So this will be like the underbelly of the leaf. So we won't be able to see the pattern underneath. But we can see the light side bend a little like that and connect. Light, dark, light, dark, light. And then little corner here. Make sure to connect that to the rest of the plant. Although we can leave that cut there too sometimes. A nice cut didn't hurt anybody. There we are. And then a little plant like that. One more. Gotta follow that curvature is weird one. I mean, you see it too, right? It's like this bendiness to the leaf. Might not get me the right pattern that I want, but it'll still be fascinating to figure it out. Shade in the corners and shading in the middle. There we are.
At local YouTuber 2576. Road hi.
Hello, local. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Just in time. I was working on this plant and I was about to do the flowers. I was just finishing up some of the leaves. Where have you been?
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote I have made bare bones project on the video.
Hey, progress is still progress. So long as you're moving forward. That's all I like to hear. That's pretty good. You working on it today or just this week? What's up with that? Oh, also, I made this sheep. Meh. I made sheepy cute. But the sheep is overgrown by plants because pretty. And now, I think we can start doing this. Let me pick a color. Yeah, maybe this desaturated-ish red. No. Yeah, maybe over there. And then maybe like a reddish orange, like that. No, darker. Yeah, there we go. So now let's see the pattern of this thing.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote, can you add a banana somewhere? Oops, forgot the speak LOL.
Forgot, yeah.
Yeah, but you remembered! You remembered eventually, local!
And man, if I add a banana somewhere, the gorillas will go crazy. I don't think I can afford bananas in this economy. If I get to finish these flowers, then maybe I'll add a silly little banana. Because right now, all I wanna do is see you drawing some pretty flowers. Pretty flowers, pretty flowers. For now, all I wanna do is learning to draw some silly flowers. Oh, it's saving. It's saving my progress. I might as well hydrate. Oh, actually, I forgot. I forgot. Yellow. Look at those leaves. Make a new... Well, yeah, no. Let's risk it. Let's risk it for the biscuit. Nope. It does not mix well. So I'm gonna make a new one, and I'm going to do the thing. And, you know, why not? Let's put it in Add Glow. It's friggin' shiny forever. Also, yo, hello, Ari. Welcome in. How you doing? Happy to see ya. Happy to have ya. Welcome. We're just drawing some flowers. How's your day been? Just being all shiny and good. Bringing the bloom. Bright in the sky, shining a light where it seems that there's only dark. Hello, Mr. Boss. I am fine to meet you. And you, sir? I'm doing good. Just some shine. Just some light. Bringing in the blooming, shiny little flower. Nah, I'm just trying to practice some plants today. And I forgot to add some highlights, even though it might not be necessary, but look at this picture that I took. This is a picture I took today, and some of these are on fire. My picture, there's nothing wrong to interpret some extra shine on them. That's good, thank you very much, sir. I'm happy to hear from you. Oh man, today's been very chill. Today's been very nice. And now local YouTuber wants me to add a banana somewhere? Man, in this economy? Bananas? Oh man, that's exciting. Oh, I also made a little sheep. Look at that. Sheep. Oh, it's not. It's in a different layer. Control Shift click, teleport, make a new one. Set it up to add glow. Feather brush this baby. Me and shiny, shiny sheep. Some God rays because, you know.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote Dusits I'm asexual.
Okay. They, them. The sheep are so cute. Me, boss. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was having some fun and I was like, oh yeah, sheep. Oh, why not add some God rays and some shinies? I love drawing light! In that case, hold on. Does that mean that... Nope, nope. Yeah, maybe. Shiny sheep! My shiny sheep and me! Shiny sheep, shiny sheep, shiny sheep. My shiny sheep and me! What's happening? I'm just making the sheep shinier. And I'm gonna send it to Chi-Chi. Oh. And I'm gonna write, I made it shinier. There you go. Anyways, back to the plants. Back to the shiny plants. I'm gonna add some extra yellow here. There we go. I don't need to be super hyper specific. Now we can go to the flower. So let's grab this color again that I color picked. And the other one maybe like the same but darker. That way we can get those nice details. Yeah. We don't need to get too in the weeds of it because after a while we're just going to add some flowers on top of it. Now what I wonder is what pattern am I going to use for the petals for this specific flower? Because one of the things that I've been working on today is figuring out how to draw the plants, right? But also not needing to do that many details. Now, let's analyze this. It's pretty much this. It's like a nice cut there. And then... it really is that easy, huh? Because it's pretty much just that. And then, like, a stem in the middle. Like this. Maybe. What's happened to boss? I don't know. Who's the boss? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how to make this specific flower. I already did the base, and now all I gotta do is do the same thing I did a while ago. But let me see if I can find a better brush for that. Nope. Nope. Oh, nope. I need something that's... Nope. this is the situation where sometimes you need the right brush for the right job. And I need something that goes spiky in, spiky out. Dense watercolor? Nah. Maybe this? No, that's... no. This one's more like feather and stuff. Could make a nice one with that, but I am looking for something a little less crazy. Okay, let's see if I can... No. I'm gonna have to do it like a two-parter. Okay, let's see if this works. This flower has 4 sides. Let's spread it open like that. But I gotta keep in mind also that it's a dome. So let's make a little ruler so I don't... There we go. This is what we're working with. This flower setup, it's like some sort of dome.
Local YouTuber 2576. Wrote Deucets, put your phone on silent, you're making me think I have a phone when I don't.
Ah, it must be because I have it on the desk. And every time something happens, it vibrates. Alright, let me move it down. Let me move it away. There you go. You shouldn't have any more issues. Unless you're reading comic books. Huh? So in that case, let's... I think this is as best as it can get, because I can't really do one by one, you know? But we're starting to fill in at least the contour of it all. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's got an extra petal, and that doesn't make sense. If the plant don't make sense, then why? Why does exist the plant? Why does plant go crazy? Why does plant go boom? Why does plant go There we go. And now let me cement the borders. Well, here we go. Ba-da-dee-da beep-be-do-bo. Beep-ba-dee-dee-bo. Beep-a-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Ba-da-ba-da-bee-da-bee-bo. Wah-ha! Actually, I'm gonna put the sticks later. For now, I'm gonna grab all this, make it a little transparent like that. This one too. Nope. Well, I guess I have no choice. So I'm gonna use the transparent watercolor because, you know, these flowers are very soft. I'm gonna use this one. And for the next color, a palish hot rod red. Maybe I can have a few that are like a single streak. Like that. Especially when they're at the bottom like that. And the ones at the top, I can play around with a brighter color. And that's the thing with these, that even if the sun is hitting them, they don't just go full red. Sometimes they just go this nice pinkish red. A really pretty combo. There we are, see? Just a few streaks. Just a few streaks and we're Gucci. Hello. What up, Waffles? Welcome home. Just making more flowers. Dum-de-dum.
I'm almost done watering these flowers. There we are.
Yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Red is a beautiful color of passion. Red is what brings the world go round. With passion and fashion. My rhymes are like 𝐏𝐫𝐚𝐬, laughable, passable. Barely syllabical. Almost like a parrot. I spent like 3/4 of the time peeling a fruit just to eat it in the other quarter. Ain't that how it goes? Lot of work, but it flees over in a second. Sometimes that's just how the ball do. That's just how it go. Yummy fruit, just a little second. But what else can you do? Do. But what else can you do? Except you eat another one. Take fate in your hands and consume the other fruits. If you are part of the fruit troop and you do not eat fruit, what is the matter with you? Don't you know fruit makes you powerful? I keep the doctor away with my apple. The apple of my eye. It's everything I do it for you. I do it for you. Yes, everything I do.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote my game crashed.
Whoops. And whose fault is that? Looks at the computer. Oh jeez. What happened, computer? I thought we were cool, computer. It was a graphics card, he told me to. I did no such thing.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote it's all Deuce's fault, he wasn't there to fix it.
Man. Yes, me. The very self-proclaimed expert at all things technological and graphical. Yes, I indeed know how to touch and fix computer. With a single glance. I don't even need to touch it. Just look at it, and the technology just understands what it has to do. I am that good, of course. Of course. And therefore, it is my fault, because I'm a wizard. I'm a techno wizard. I look at tech and I go, wee wee woo, woo 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 woo. And that's how you know. And that's how you know that I go. I I am the expert at computers. Pretty sure it was a permission. I think you call in English very delicious fruit. Yes. Delicioso. What is going on? No clue. Local said that, that the game crashed and it's my fault, and I'm just sitting here like, what? How can I restore myself from this sin? From this failure? To fix the computer? The game? How doth game crash when I beeth here? I don't know. But I must atone. With a tone! Hello, yes. It's me, Tanner. Do you want to play a game? Come along now. It's TV time! And that is what's wrong with the youth!
At local YouTuber 2576.
Oh god.
Wrote it's. At local YouTuber 2576.
You do realize that's just gonna say your name a bunch.
Local YouTuber 2576.
It's not gonna work!
At local
V.
YouTuber 2576.
There we go, what's in the other word?
Time.
Time. There you go. It didn't quite work, but it did. Of course. I should really replace my laptop. The battery is basically dead. The screen fades to white at an angle. My game crashes when it opens. And in case it cracked, I can't close it. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Oh no. Yeah, I will not take that standing. That is crazy. Go fix it. Go replace it. You need a brand new thing, man. A shiny, spiffy new thing. Anymore because a case split open my back. Oh no. And that's how you know.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote Mario.
Super Mario! Oh gee, Scoob, like that plumber's crazy! Yeah! Super Mario! Oh no, Scoob, run! He's crazy! Is Mario insane? Oh goodness! Actually,
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote Wahoo.
wow. Like, actually, the hinge can literally pop out at 1, 2. Oh, that stinks. That really stinks. Having to play chicken with a laptop. That's crazy. Like, will you break this time? Will I open you and die? Alright, okay, you didn't do it this time. Good. But someday. The laptop is like, soon. I shall finally expire. Give my energy back to the cosmos. Said the laptop. Yo, cool. We got to block 2 bots today. And over here it says block. And over here it says report. It's gonna be spam, scams, and yeah, it's a bot. Irrelevant message. Linking to outside weird site. Obvious bot. There you go. More bots. Destroyed.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐚𝐦 can use TDS bot.
I bet he knows he can. It's just a choice for whomever wants to use it. It's just for the funnies. But so far, there's only like 2 people online here, so, you know, I can keep up with chat this time. But sometimes, it's so full of people. I can't. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote Erin. Snort it's not whomever it's whoever. Grammar police will have you arrested in 1927 seconds.
How dare you? How dare you send the popo? You haven't seen the last of me, Mr. Grammar Pants. Police, officer, please have mercy. I don't know my ABCs nor 1, 2, 3s.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote and they will take you alive.
No! The freaking cat meme going. Meh! You'll never take me alive. I will escape. Wait, that's illegal. Officer, I pronounce this kangaroo court. We shall not proceed. I shall not be discriminated by my attempts to silly. Yes. Indeed, I got a silly license. And therefore you cannot arrest me, sir. You cannot even dream of it. Jeez, man. We're almost done.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote how it happened, I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine, in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The Futura is coming on.
I'm happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine. In a bag, I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I'm happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine. In a bag, I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. Yeah, I like that song. I think gorillas are great. Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now, time for me is nothing cause I'm counting no age. No, it couldn't be there. No, you shouldn't be scared. I'm good at repairs and I'm under each snare. Intangible. Bet you didn't think so, I commend you to. Panoramic view. Look, I'll make it all manageable. Pick and choose, say or lose, or your different crews.
Wrote Clint Eastwood his fire.
Yeah. It's an air and electric, and I'll be going on the street night after night just to get through the week. Sometimes it's hard. Bong, bong, bong. Right now. Do 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 do.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote /𝐏𝐫𝐚𝐬𝐭𝐲.
I'm going to delete these stems I did at the beginning. I should have made them separate. I was too stupid.
Local YouTuber 2576. Wrote it is not time, the turkey shall have his day before Mariah Carey defrosts.
Oh. Well, it's happening soon. We better get ready. For it's time for the season cometh. Something defrosts, the prophecy is fulfilled. We become ready and steady. Look to the horizon, my friends. Your lance is ready until it's you. It just blows up.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote let the turkey have his day before jolly old Saint Nicholas comes in and makes everything expensive again.
Oh no. More like before he comes in and puts on another AI Coca-Cola commercial. Jeez Louise. That's been a funny and a half. Ah, jolly old red guy. Yeah.
At local YouTuber 2576. Road hop toi.
Nope. Oh man. Five minutes left. Just in time. And now what I want to do... All I want to do is see you turn into a giant woman. A giant woman, a giant woman. All I wanna do is to see you turn into a giant woman. Yeah. Mix, 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 mix. Mixy spitty lick, bitty bit, bitty bit, bitty bit, bip, bip.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote Steven Universe referency.
No, right? In this day and age, how could he? It's not like it's a classic favorite. Nyaka, nyaka, nyaka. Okay. So I'm gonna put it below. And underneath all that, I'm gonna do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm gonna do the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. ¡Eso! 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. ¡Ay, por Dios!
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote uno dos tres cuatro.
Uh-huh. One of my favorite Christmas songs is Flappy. There are in English translations. I won't spoil much, but it gets pretty dark. Very funny, nostalgic, part of the culture. Yes. I'm surprised how many songs that when I was a kid, I'm like, yo, ha ha ha. And then when I grow up, I'm like, do 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 do. It's like, oh, no, 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 no. Also, freaking Brothers Grimm stories, man. Like, what the heck is that? Absolutely insane, dude. What had happened? Alright, so, moment of truth. Let's see if this looks good. Oh, no. Where is it? Here it is. There it is. Oh, you know, we tried. Not the best, but from far away, it kind of looks convincing, right? It's sung by a Dutch comedian here, 𝐏𝐫 van Eyck. It almost sounded like Jean Vannet. Highly recommended. Interesting. It reminded me of the painter Jean Vannet. Man. A little rougher, human, but still recommend everyone to watch some of the translations after stream since it's good. Neato Guido. Oh, not the skibbity. Get out of here. No. Oh, wait. I just thought of it. Now that it's underneath all this. No, these are the flowers. Where's the plants? There it is. So I could add. YouTuber 2576 wrote 𝐏𝐫𝐚𝐦 say 6-7. Not only can I, but you must understand that 6-7 is only a small part of the bigger puzzle. For you see, it is not just the number, but if you multiply them, you get the meaning of the universe. 42. The answers of life. And that silly comic forced me to accept it. How dare they? Letterboxd comics. Wow. How dare you? Make me acknowledge it. I thought we were friends. But yes, it is beyond that. It is more than that.
At local YouTuber 2576 wrote wilting rose emoji, broken heart emoji.
Indeed, emoji. Oh, the savage. All of it, the savage. Darker.
At local YouTuber 2576 wrote what happens if I don't visit the Ko-fi page.
If you do not visit the Ko-fi page. I'm gonna cry, man. I'm gonna cry like no man's ever cried before. For you cannot believe the cool stuff that is there. Lots of art stuffs and lots of cool stuffs that I've made over the years.
576 wrote I'm broke since I'm sorry.
Ever heard of a thing called window shopping? I know, I'm kidding.
At local YouTuber 2576 wrote Deucits I'm sorry.
I know you're sorry. Many a people are. But do not worry, I shall not relent. I will be strong. I will not cry. And I gotta cry. Do not worry, my friend. It's all good.
At local YouTuber 2576 wrote should I get a Mr. Frog shirt?
A Mr. Frog shirt. What is a Mr. Frog shirt? Also, hello, Shirley Unsure. Welcome. Happy to see ya. What's up?
At local YouTuber 2576 wrote one of my shorts has 67 views.
Whoa, that's cool. And now you get to yell the funny meme because haha. Okay, what do you guys think? We finished up a flower. And not only that, we finished a few more things. We did a flower, we did a sheep, and we did some foliage.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote Canada 17.
Feeling tired, but awesome. Art is looking yummy. Thank you. Yeah. Was trying to learn some new skills. And I got them. At least I'm happy that things worked out. Did a little sheep. I did a little bit of these beautiful plants that I got in my local area based on pictures that I took. I also did this one, and I did that one.
Wrote, what does your art taste like?
Well, let's see. Let's get real close over here. This one tastes like cauliflower with cheese. And this one tastes hold on. That one's kind of like asparagus with garlic and salt. Very yummy, very tasty. This one though, oh, this one. I'm not sure. But this one though. This one's marvelous, honey. It tastes like lemony lime and freshened up juice. And this little piggy does not want to be tasted. And for that, I respect her. I'm gonna step away from the sheep. Do not the sheep, for the sheep does not know how to react to the funny. The sheep is shiny, the sheep is glorious. You do not the sheep. The sheep is real nice.
At local YouTuber 2576. Wrote MAAAAARVLS bro got a little zesty.
A little zesty? Well, I mean, yes, why not? A little bit of that juice of that OJ! Freshen up the day with some lemonade! It's so good. I'm really happy with the results today. Some of the experiments worked. Others, a little lackluster, but it's part of the practice. Yeah, stretch, guys, stretch. Drink your water. Eat your vegetables. Because now, I'm gonna go do just that. I actually think I need to cook today. Yep, I need to cook today. Sad. Yeah, I'm gonna go. We love the sheep, do not the sheep, yes. So, if you're interested, I may...
2576. Wrote yummy vegetables.
Yummy vegetables! Sorry, hang on. Art looks amazing. So, if you're interested, I may see some of you there. Some of you where? Oh, you're gonna stream soon! Oh, I didn't catch that from the beginning. Alright, so yeah, let's stay alert in case someone can join. But in my case, I need to be right on the kitchen and start cooking. So, thank you so much for watching and having fun with me on this very chill, soothing day. I hope the art was to your liking and you learned something, because I definitely did. I might be there, I have no idea what it is.
YouTuber 2576. Wrote by.
I will see you another time next week, and we will keep doing stuff, writing and drawing and painting and doing the wow. Goodbye, but not forever. What is going? Oh, of course, I have my thing touching the keyboard and it didn't work. Of course it didn't work because I was being so stupid.